Good morning, everyone. Gorgeous day. We're going to have fun today. And we're going to be out before the road race. So I call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will please be attentive to our chaplain, Reverend John Hopkins. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Let us pray. Dear God, we pray for the State Senate of New Hampshire as they make laws to govern our land and delegate our nation's resources. Grant them wisdom to allocate our resources wisely. Please raise up people who will make laws to protect our freedoms so that we can live peacefully, quiet lives in godliness and dignity. We give thanks for this good land as our heritage. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Let us be good stewards of all the rich resources this great state gives us. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. Grant that we, who come from many nations with many different languages, may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government a spirit of wisdom, that there may be justice and peace in our home state of New Hampshire. And when times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, let us remember that we are all Americans who live in the great state of New Hampshire. Help us in troubled times to come together to work on solutions that are best for all people. Amen.
Thank you very much. Senator Carson, will you please do the honors?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of guests. Senator Gannon.
My driver and the fastest runner in Trinity College. Up in the gallery, one of my daughters, Carrie Gannon.
Thank you, Carrie, for taking good care of the big guy. Any other guests? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. I have something in my throat, sorry. There we go. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4.5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to the Finance Committee by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance and all other bills to third reading. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We will now move to the regular calendar. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 74FN, an act relative to employees' unused earned time. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 74FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have required an employer who has more than 15 employees to pay them for their unused earned time. While the committee felt this bill was well intended, it would have too many unintended consequences. In recent years, for example, employers have combined their benefit policies together. This would complicate how much earned time is owed to an employee, and the reduced flexibility could lead to employers adopting stricter earned time policies. Given these concerns and the opposition from a broad coalition of industries, the majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support in the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the committee's motion. Although I do agree with my colleague from District 9, there were some technical issues that would make it difficult to implement this bill as it's drafted. I would hope that we would have had more time to try to amend it and work those issues out. I think that would have been possible, but for those reasons, I will be voting against the ITL and would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The chair believes the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be, please, attentive to the clerk. Actually, before we're attentive to the clerk, we're going to be attentive to Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am happy to introduce the Interlakes Elementary School from Meredith, New Hampshire. Thank you guys for coming today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire Senate. Okay, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 150, enact relative certification of collective bargaining unit. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 150, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have reduced the minimum number of employees needed to certify a bargaining unit from 10 to 5. Since 1975, except for one brief period of time, 10 employees have been required to certify a bargaining unit. While the recruitment, retention of public employees is vitally important, this bill would not have a significant impact. There are only 3 firefighter locals, for example, that are under the existing threshold. To ensure smaller communities retain their flexibility over negotiations, the majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ITL on House Bill 150. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Further discussion. Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to this motion and would instead move that we re-refer this bill. This is an issue that has had some debate and discussion, and truly at this time, I think has merit, and it should be considered. It should be considered, and I think there is more empirical data that this committee needs to review before making a final decision on this bill. So for that reason, I would move that we re-refer the bill.
Senator Susi has moved to re-refer. Re-refer is a higher motion, so the pending question will be on the motion to re-refer. Is everybody clear on the parliamentary situation? Senator Carson.
Mr. President, can I request a 2-minute recess, please?
Senator Carson has asked for a 2-minute recess. Okay, the Senate will come out of recess. Senator Susi, has moved to re-refer House Bill 152 back to committee. The question is on adoption of that motion. Is there any further discussion? A roll call has been asked for. All right, so if you're in favor of the motion to re-refer, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion on re-refer, you would vote no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Did you hear? Was there a second, Senator? Did we get a second? I had Gannon.
Yeah, Senator Birdsall seconded the roll call.
Okay,
I am sorry.
that's okay. Senator Gendrew?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsall?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
No. The ayes have it, no, the noes have it on a 12-12 tie. Is there a further motion? Senator Gannon has moved to table House Bill 150, which is non-debatable. If you're in favor of tabling, you would say aye. If you're opposed to that, you would say no. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of tabling, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? No. The ayes have it. And House Bill 150 is laid upon the table. Senator Abbas, you can do the honors.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to introduce the elementary school from Pelham, New Hampshire. They're all here today, the fourth graders. I'll give them a warm welcome.
Welcome to the Senate on this beautiful day. Okay, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 367 FNL, an act relative to eligibility of students in Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 367 ought to pass. House Bill 367 would expand access to the EFA program by modifying the program's eligibility standards. The maximum permissible income for a household would increase from 300% of poverty level to 350% of poverty level. A majority of the committee felt that these changes are necessary to maintain the program's accessibility while inflation and living expenses are soaring. For these reasons, we ask you to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 367. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Fenton, good morning.
Good morning, President. I rise in opposition of the motion of ought to pass on HB 367. The Education Freedom Account program in New Hampshire is like nothing we have ever seen before. From the non-existence of accountability and transparency to the blatant lack of fiscal responsibility to our taxpayers, and absolutely no requirements to report to the legislature, the New Hampshire Department of Education, or a single person for that matter. And yet, HB 367 wants to raise the cap for more to be spent. This bill diverts money to private and religious schools, and we don't even know the educational outcomes and success of our Granite State children participating in this program. I must ask, do any of my colleagues on the Senate floor with me today know of any other state-funded, taxpayer-funded program that costs millions upon millions of dollars, that is consistently over budget, and has zero accountability or transparency measures? I'm not aware of a single program that is permitted to operate like this, except for the EFA program. Upon the passage of SB 130 in 2021, this body said that EFAs would cost taxpayers approximately $130,000. The latest data we received says that taxpayers have paid over $14 million to fund this program. Millions and millions, and guess what? Millions over what members of this body said it would cost. And millions more than our taxpayers were told that they had to pay out. Every time the legislature has tried to bring forward legislation to implement means testing, it has been repeatedly shot down. And why is that? Why is it that one of the most foundational guardrails for a program allegedly intended to directly and chiefly benefit students of modest means is fervently rejected? Guardrails that would ensure that the millions this program is rapidly consuming will actually make its way to our students and families of modest means who are entitled to these resources. If we want to raise the threshold for more families, let's take a step back. Let's see the results of the program before we wildly throw more money at this. I find it truly concerning to continue throwing money at a program with absolutely no accountability to our taxpayers, with no evidence of success or educational outcomes for our students participating in this program at private and religious schools. These individuals are not held to the same standards as our public schools, when institutions like our public school systems are continually starved of funding and resources. For these reasons, Mr. President, and more, I would ask my colleagues to vote down the committee recommendation of ought to pass so that a more thoughtful motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. The bill is on second reading. Open for further discussion. Senator Prentice. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion, and many of my comments will be similar to what my colleague from District 10 has shared. So first and foremost, I want to be clear that I truly appreciate all of the parents and the children that have come before the Senate Education Committee to tell their stories about why the current system that they are in has or has not worked for them and what education freedom account funding has assisted them with. It takes a lot of courage to come and tell some of these stories, and I've heard them, and I am thankful for that. But I believe we have a duty to all Granite State children. There are 4,000, roughly just shy of 4,000 in the current EFA program that are receiving EFAs, and there are over 160,000 children in K through 12 public schools in the Granite State. And we have not been addressing the needs and issues of these 160,000 while we're spending a lot of time talking about a program that, as my colleague from District 10 has said, is running largely over budget, $14.7 million this year, and we are lacking the accountability that I believe that we need and is in place for other public assistance programs. Now, when I talk about accountability, I want to say two things. There is an Education Freedom Accounts Oversight Committee that was established. It was last year. And the first named senator, so we established this committee to do this, to provide oversight. Senator Hennessy resigned from her seat in District 1 to move on to a position in the Secretary of State's office, and a member of this committee passed away. So for a little while, there was no action. And constituents started to approach me about this. I want to thank and recognize the efforts of my colleague from District 8, who took on the charge, talked to the President's office, and started the ball rolling again to set this committee up, to rename members of the Senate and the House of the committee so we could start doing our job. Since that time, we've had one meeting, which is basically an organizational meeting. But subsequent meetings have been hard to get on the books because of especially on the House side, the high level of activity and bills that they are working on in House education. Again, sympathetic to that, but we're being asked to spend more money and we still don't have information or a lot of information on how this is working. So that's one piece, and I am a member of this committee as well, so thank you, Senator Ward, for the work that you've done to get this rolling. The second thing is we've had two bills come before us. One was last session with Senator Sherman asking us to put means testing in place, make sure that we do annual eligibility testing for those who have access to EFA accounts, and that was voted down. Again, this year, Senator Altschiller brought forward a similar bill, and that was voted down. That's another, in my mind, place for accountability that we have soundly, that this body has voted down rather than voted up and said this is a priority. So the Education Freedom Accounts Oversight Committee will get there, but we don't have the information right now, and we're being asked to spend more money. Small story I'm going to share is that in my I call it my other life, I'm an executive director for a not-for-profit. And in that, recently we've been working, and I have a board, which is like my legislative body, and we've been working on a project to redesign a website for trauma survivors. We've been using the same website for years, hasn't been working great for us, and the staff came forward and said, here are 3 proposals on how we could do this differently. And the board said, these all sound great, but before we spend the money on either one, on all 3 of these, you need to tell us what it is about the current vendor and the current situation, line by line, dollar by dollar, that what those costs have been before we consider moving forward with one of the new proposals. And this to me is, it's on a different scale, but it's the same principle. They're asking the questions. They want to know the detail behind the bills before we move forward. I also want to share that in December, I've now sent a total of 2 letters to the Children's Scholarship Fund asking really 2 simple questions. Where are these EFA funds going? What schools are they going to? Okay, and what dollars, what checks are being issued to vendors? Because we hadn't had the opportunity as a group through this committee to do this work, and again, constituents are asking me these questions. Now, to the credit of the executive director, the director of the Children's Scholarship Fund, she was sick and said to me, I don't have time to answer this first letter, I'll get back to you. And she did get back to me, and she gave me the information. So what you see posted on the website, the DOA website right now, about where children are actually taking the money and taking the EFA funds and going, and it's really religious schools is the #1 category, and any of the vendor checks that have been cut haven't been because the DOE wanted to move on it, hasn't been because the Children's Scholarship Fund was coming forward with this information. They had to be asked. We should know this stuff before we make these types of decisions. So I talked about the Oversight Committee. I've talked about, this not that we've had to, well, I have, but on behalf of my constituents, press for these answers. And I also want to say that, before we make a change, I'm just asking for accountability. And it's not that we don't have a system in place that addresses the best interests of the child. Manifest educational hardships for the children that are struggling, these stories about how they're struggling with bullying, some of the wrong fits in their school systems. The name of that statute, RSA 193A3, is actually called the best interests of the child. We have a system that we can actually use while we hold the current EFA program accountable, get the answers to the questions, and if growth is needed, then we'll tackle that. And last but not least, in the fiscal note, and granted, I'll be transparent about this, this is only 1 line because there are a number of what I call assumptions. It says, the Department of Education states increasing the income requirement will result in an indeterminable number of new students accessing the program. So we don't even know how many more students might actually come into the program. And then it goes on to talk about what the costs would be if it was this number, if it was that number. I mean, it does give us some potential calculations. We don't know where we're at. We've had to really push to get those numbers. We don't know where we're going to be, but we're looking at spending this money. So I would ask my colleagues to join me in voting this down, to letting not just the EFA Oversight Committee do its work, but in a partnership with DOE and the Children's Scholarship Fund, work in a more expeditious manner to get the answers to our questions. I will end by saying there's what we think, there's what we know, and there's what we can prove. And we're in a place right now where we need to be able to prove what is actually happening with these programs. Thank you very much, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Further discussion. Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of HB 367. I heard a lot the last few years about this term. Everyone says equity, equity, equity. If you look at the the education freedom accounts. The children who have the highest propensity of benefiting from this are minority children of color. All right, this is creating opportunities for low-income families who do not have this opportunity, do not have the same opportunities as everyone else. And I think this program, it's a new program, and it's working well. And I see no reason why we would obstruct expanding the eligibility for that program. Because I, for one, who went to college for 7 years in addition to graduating high school, know how valuable a solid, great education is. And I hope that every student has the same opportunity that I have. And that's what this does. This is increasing the eligibility for students to get a better education if the public school in their district is not suited for their educational needs. And all this is doing is expanding eligibility. This is equity. I'm looking at it at a policy that supports equity. It's right in front of us. So please join me in supporting the OTPA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise against the current proposal. I've been a teacher all of my life, and I think an appropriate public education is really the best that we can do. I took a look at the numbers that access the education freedom accounts, and to my dismay, 2,489 white students took advantage of the program. I have 8 minority schools in my district, 8. Minority. That means blacks and Hispanics make up the majority. 150 African Americans took advantage of the freedom accounts. 139 Latinos took advantage of the freedom accounts. 9 American Indians or Alaskans took advantage of the accounts. 48 Asian Americans took advantage of the accounts. These accounts are for whites. The minorities are where they are. A public education, we should be creating a better public education, a better framework for all of our students, because all of us should be taking advantage of the greatest thing America offers, a free and appropriate public education. I don't have to give you verse after verse about the quality of public education and the number of people who have gone through the process. My kids went through the process, K through 12, and public education at the post-secondary level. A public education, a quality public education, that's really detracted by these freedom accounts because you take money away from the ability to invest in a public education. We all talk about investing. Let's invest in our future because these kids are our future. And an investment pays dividends if it's the right investment. Raising from 300 to 350, that's not an investment. That's taking more money away from the public venue. That's what we need. We have the oldest public high school in New Hampshire in Manchester, Manchester High School Central. The oldest. I don't have to tell you the kind of graduates that have gone through public education at Central High School and achieved the honorable. This is a detraction from that methodology. It's a detraction. And if we keep this up, we will destroy public education. That's awful, in my opinion. That is awful. The one thing we can hold our hat on in this country is the fact that we allow equal opportunity for everyone. That equal opportunity from K through 12 is public education. In the post-secondary era, it's the Morrill Act that created land-grant institutions. Every state has a land-grant institution, a public higher education institution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Gannon to speak.
Thank you. I had the honor, and I travel usually every year to an education seminar run by Jeb Bush. He runs an education group, and I had the honor of meeting Denise Merriweather on several occasions. She's a black woman who took advantage of an education freedom account. when Governor Bush introduced education freedom accounts in Florida. The proportion of black children in Florida receiving education freedom accounts was very proportional to the population. So maybe our accounts need some work, and maybe we need to go into the community and spread the word that they can get these. Maybe they're unaware of it. But I have seen firsthand, every year I meet people who have taken advantage, and it was certainly nothing to do with race. And again, in Florida, the percentage of minorities were equivalent to the population taking advantage of those accounts. So maybe we do need to further spread the word in New Hampshire. A couple other things. The senator from District 5 mentioned the best interests of the child. Again, I and many others think it's the parents' decision to decide what's best. My children, including my daughter in the gallery, had a great education at Timberlane, and they've went on to extraordinary things, extraordinary schools. But if your kid is senator from district, wherever district you are, I could count quickly, Mr. President, but if you have a round circle, it doesn't fit in a square. Same with kids. Wherever your kid, that's where we want you to go. As far as money, if we have, 4,000 kids are the reason we're spending more money. The program's very successful. Families are finding that this is good. Again, most people, including myself, are very happy with the public schools. But if your kid fits in better, send them to where you want. We're giving them only $5,000 maximum. So if it costs us, if it's $5,000 a kid, I somehow don't know how we're at $14 million. That would come out to, if they were all utilizing the total, it would be $20 million. But what that, if you look at it a different way, we would have spent, on Timberlane, we spend over $20,000 per student. Again, we've went through this many times. $5,000 is the max they can get, leaving $15,000 per student, which would come out to $60 million left in the school budgets of where they don't attend. So if you take 5,000 out of 20, you're still leaving way more money for infrastructure and education and the teachers. The schools should be able to function with 3/4 of the property taxes remaining with the local community. So I don't think that we're really losing $14 million. I think we're saving $60 million because we don't have to spend that on the public schools. And again, if the parents know what's best for their kids, and that's what we're trying to give an opportunity for to the poorest, education freedom accounts are for the lower, middle to lower income families. I believe it's now going to be $90,000 or less to qualify for these accounts. So we're not giving the money to rich people to go to rich schools. We're sending middle and lower class students who would otherwise not have the opportunity to go to private schools where they may fit in better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Whitley, a question of?
My friend from District 5.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you for taking my question. So I, like you, at this point in this bill, we're not actually arguing the merits of the program. What I heard from you is you're concerned about accountability, and I am also. In particular, on line 7 of the bill, it reads, no income threshold need be met in subsequent years, provided the student otherwise qualifies. To me, my understanding of other benefits where we, give out state money, general funds to, our citizens, for example, like the Medicaid program, there's an annual redetermination of income every single year that just started again. And I think that's a good thing in terms of, making sure that the people who need it are getting it. So I don't know if you know why we would, is there any reason why we wouldn't do the same thing in this program when we're already spending so much more than we thought?
Thank you for your question. And actually, that's my question. Like, why aren't we testing, using mean testing? Why aren't we testing for the eligibility? Why are we just opening the door and saying, once you're in, you stay in? So I don't know. And that has not been clear to me in the conversations. There is this defense that we're trying to, throw children out of the program. I don't want to throw any child out of the program that's currently in. I want to hold the program accountable and know how it's actually performing. So thank you for asking the question.
Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald for a question.
Yes, if she'll take it. My friend from District 5.
Senator Prentice, do you yield?
I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. So sticking with the discussion on the Medicaid program, which we know we require an annual income eligibility redetermination. Do we allow enrollees of that program to say, I don't like the benefits, so just give me the money and I'll go out and buy my own different health insurance plan?
Thank you for the question. No, we don't allow them. They have to work within the structure that's already there.
Thank you.
Senator Prentice, did you wish to speak a second time?
Please do, wait until others who haven't spoken.
Senator Abbas, do you wish to speak a second time?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to ask a question.
A question of
My friend from District 20.
Senator.
Of course.
Yield.
Of
Thank
course, I yield.
And thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I wanted to clarify some of the comments that you made. I understand that it suggests that the program is designed to benefit white students, but if 4% of the state's population of students are Latino and African American, but 12% of the participants in the EFA program make up African American Latino students, how could you say that this program is not intended to actually help minority students?
I'm not sure of your figures. The numbers that I have are that 7% of the people who participate are Latinos, 7% who participate in the education freedom accounts. We provide in Manchester, as I said, we have 8 minority schools. We're providing a free and appropriate education for those students. And obviously, it's working because those students aren't leaving our venue, but they're staying there. Again, my emphasis is on a free and appropriate public education. To me, that's the key.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll make this quick. Number one, I am asking for us to hold on the auto-pass motion while we work on number 2, which is putting the appropriate accountability measures in place. Number 3, I believe that the senator from District 23 just, made, good to see you here in the chamber this morning, made part of my argument, which is that $14.7 million are not going to go into public education. And why are we moving money away from public education into private education without fixing the public education issues first? And really, that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Senator Gendro for a question of?
The good senator from District 2. So can you speak to the money?
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. So like the senator from District 10 talked about, this budget was originally way underfunded when this program was put forward. And it was because we were surprised by the number of applicants we got. In the first year, we had over 1,000 students. In the next term, we had over 3,000 New Hampshire families that have decided that the public school system or even the school system they were in, they wanted to take advantage of EFAs. So yes, I agree with you. The great news was that the Education Trust Fund was extremely overfunded in that year. While we were $8 million overspent in the EFA program, we were over $15 million in the surplus, including the expenditure for the Education Trust Fund. The Education Trust Fund had the money. It did not take away from public education. It used the surplus funds that were gathered within our state for education for the purpose of educating our child. And to Senator D'Alessandro's argument about equity, right? Again, if this is probably one of the most equitable programs we have, right? We are taking the poorest individuals and give them the opportunity that is usually reserved for the richest citizens in our state and giving them access to those programs. The last thing I'll say is part of my conversation in the budget cycle. I was working on the Education Trust Fund. I asked the Commissioner of Education about if this bill were to pass, would the House funding of $20 million be able to be, does it need to be increased in order to account for this? And he said absolutely not. There was no increased funding needed to go from 300 to 350%. So again, I believe that this increase, when we talk about, we had inflation rates at 9%. We've had how many conversations about affordable housing and increased rental costs in the state of New Hampshire? This increase is needed to take those families, to allow them that are now struggling and went from 300% to 301% and now a drop from the program. And I know wouldn't be access to the program. In the executive director's testimony, there were 100 students that applied for the program that were denied access that would have met this 350-degree percentage. I think that our poorest individuals in this state deserve the equal opportunities of the richest individuals in the state, and it's why I'm going to support this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Senator Carson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator from District 2.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. We've heard discussion here this morning about a real lack of oversight over this program, but in reviewing the testimony that you received as a member of the committee from the executive director of the program, a point was made that a risk-based program audit was conducted and was available on the Department of Education website, that the auditors looked at everything and there were no concerns, first. And then secondly, the Children's Scholarship Fund has a 4-star Charity Navigator rating. They're currently being audited by the LBA as well. And that the Department of Education has a website set up for all quarterly reports that were listed by date and type, which included enrollments and expense reports. Do you feel that that is adequate oversight over this program?
Absolutely. There's great oversight in the program, including I serve on JALCAR, and they had to come, education came to rules, and we set rules in place for the Department of Education to review expenses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fenton for a question.
Of my colleague from District 2. I appreciate it. You had said that the vast majority of individuals taking advantage of this program are low income. But when the program originally came out, we learned that 75% to 90% of students were already in private schools who took advantage of this program. So are those students low income?
Yes.
They are. Follow up? And do we have data to back this up? Does the committee heard data about this?
So as part of the program, again, to be eligible for the program, you had to fall within 300%. If the application was made and they were above 300%, they would have been denied access to the EFA program. So they submitted documentation to the program that they met the fiscal constraints of the program.
Follow up? Sorry. Thank you for the follow-up. So of those 90% already enrolled in private school, you were saying they were low income but still could afford the private education?
So absolutely. So again, I really appreciate this question because again, we get back to the point of rising costs in the state of New Hampshire for low-income families, and here's a place where parents have decided that for whatever reason, and I don't know every 3,000 students' reason for not attending public school, but the parents have decided in the best interest of their child, the public school wasn't the model that worked, and they chose a different model to work, and the state is providing income. For every dollar we give them, gives them more food security and gives them more housing security. So yes, they're low-income people that are now getting funds that help them put food on the table and keep a house over their head.
Thank you.
Okay, I recognize the last speaker, Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think when it really comes down to the EFAs, it really has to do with the school choice. Parents have their children, they find out where they should go to school, what kind of places will be the best for them, and this allows them an option. And I think that when it comes to children, and I don't like to hear private education, public education, it's education for our children, to bring them up to be fully functioning members of our society. We talk about, I heard a comment on we have no way of assessing how these kids are doing in their different schools. I think if you go in and you look at some of the places where these kids are now in school, they have to take the same tests. The parents have chosen to put their child in a different kind of environment because they know how they will respond. During the pandemic, I think a lot of parents saw what was going on and they were appalled. So they put them in a program where they had better access to seeing what the teachers were teaching, and they have a stake in it. When it comes to, I've heard so many times, the New Hampshire schools are fantastic, they're the best ones. And yet, when I read the reports, how the kids are doing in math, how they're doing in reading, how they're doing in science, it's miserable. They're way, way, way down from where they should be. We try to be a competitive society, and we are going to be behind with the kind of education they're getting right now, unless something changes in the public education. And I think that's one of the reasons that parents choose to put their child in a different setting. And I'm glad that the good senator from District 2 provided some of the money behind it, because my impression was that the DOE has said, don't worry about the money is there. So, and the accountability, the oversight committee will meet on June 5th. That has taken some time to get the people to fill the committee, but I think we're finally done and we're going to meet, and so that will be the beginning. I don't feel that parents should have to wait for the oversight committee to gather and to meet and to write a report before they should be able to use the EFAs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Senator Prentice for another question.
No, I'm all set. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, the bill is on second reading. I see no further discussion. A roll call has been asked for by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it. 14 to 10, the motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 367 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. We'll now move to the Committee on Energy, and please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 142, an act relative to the operation of Burgess Biopower Plant. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 142 ought to pass. As the committee heard from the prime sponsor during the hearing, 142 seeks to remedy the situation created when the state required a suspension of a provision in a purchase power agreement between the Burgess Biopower Plant and Eversource. Consistent with the PUC's order following the passage of Senate Bill 271 last year, this bill forgives any amount that is accrued in excess of $100 million during the suspension period that runs through November 30th, 2023. In 2018, with the passage of Senate Bill 577, the Senate voted to suspend Burgess's obligation to pay Eversource in overmarket costs that were defined in the original power purchase agreement. The Senate voted to suspend this obligation because it would have been detrimental to Burgess if it were to repay. In suspending the obligation to repay, the legislature essentially created the $50 million in overmarket costs that Burgess now must pay back. However, if Burgess were to repay, the plant would most likely have to declare bankruptcy, which will not only mean it must close its doors, but also send a ripple effect that will devastate the North Country's economy and way of life. House Bill 142, if passed, will rectify the action by the legislature and ensure that Burgess will be able to continue operation. And Mr. President, I remember when you and Chairman Vose announced that this might be the year of biomass when it came to energy, and we got a few other things done. But it's awfully good to get this one done, and I thank you for your leadership, and this is why the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 142. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Glad you remembered something I said. Senator Waters, I'm going to recognize you to recognize a guest.
And thank you, Mr. President, and I hope the Senate will welcome back to the Senate our intern from last year, Lucas. Welcome.
Welcome back. The bill is on second reading. Senator Gendro.
Yes, question. Thank you, Mr. President. Question for the wonderful senator from District 4. In Section 2 of the bill, page 2, line 3, it states that on a moving forward basis, Burgess Biopower shall be responsible for any further accumulation. I think you might have addressed this in your remarks, but for the sake of clarity, can you confirm when that provision kicks in?
Yes, thank you for your question, and I can. The short answer to the question is December 1st, 2023. After Senate Bill 271 was passed last year, the PUC issued an order outlining cost recovery that continues through November 30th, 2023. Thus, my reference to that date in my four remarks. The language in this section of the bill will begin on December 1st, 2023, after the term in the PUC's order expires on November 30th of this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Is there any further discussion? The bill is on second reading. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 142. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 142 is ordered to third reading. Senator Carson moves for a 2-minute recess. Now that the movie stars have been taken care of, the Senate will resume its business, and please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 231FN, an act prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 231 is inexpedient, well, the committee moves it. Throughout the testimony the committee heard, it became evident that House Bill 231 was looking to solve a problem that only a select few were claiming as an issue. During the hearing, no hard data was available to be provided to prove how many declawing operations are being performed in New Hampshire. Additionally, only a few percentages of the Granite State veterinarians perform this procedure, and those who do a very good job of having a dialogue with the owners on alternatives and the risks associated with the procedure. Lastly, I have heard from many veterinarians that when this procedure is suggested, it is not encouraged unless medically necessary. In fact, this procedure is not even being taught in the colleges today. House Bill 231 is looking to impose regulations when in reality this is not an issue in New Hampshire. The bill is unnecessary, which is why the majority of the committee voted in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate. I'm going to move to table, Mr. President.
Senator Pearl, we do have a rule. You can't speak and make the motion to table at the same time. So I can't recognize you. I recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to table.
Senator Carson has moved to table. Table is non-debatable. I believe Senator Abbas is asking for a parliamentary inquiry, or Senator Altschiller. Senator Abbas or Altschiller? Who's first in the alphabet? I think it's Senator Abbas. You get the honors.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I know that I love cats, Mr. President, if I know that every time I look at that beautiful portrait of Daniel Webster as a child and I smile when I see that cat, should I oppose the motion to table?
You get a gold star for that one. All right, if you are in favor of the motion to table, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you'd vote no. Parliamentary inquiry?
The committee heard a lot of debate on this, and we felt that the bill wasn't necessary, but we also heard that there was a lot of emotional need. People just felt very emotional about this bill, and I think it's better if we just lay it on the table. Would I now just vote to support the tabling?
If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would vote no. Because I gave Senator Abbas a gold star, I'm going to recognize you for a parliamentary inquiry too, Senator Altschiller.
Marvelous. Thank you, Mr. President. If I know that cats like the one on the wall there have claws that are natural and used for stretching, marking territory, balance, and drawing those claws out to relieve stress and emotional energy, and if I know that declawing is the amputation of the last bone of each toe, like cutting off your fingers at the last knuckle, and the standard method of declawing is amputation with a scalpel or a guillotine clipper, and then closing the wounds with stitches or glue. And if I know that the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the Humane Society, and the American Animal Hospital Association are all strongly opposed to the elective declawing of domestic cats, then would I now acknowledge that only 20 people opposed this bill and 123 citizens who reached out in support of House Bill 231 now ask us to vote against that tabling motion so an ITL motion can be made.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Again, if you're in favor of the motion to table, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would vote no. The Senate will be attentive. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of table, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes, in my opinion, have it. House Bill 231 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 257, an act relative to telephone carrier of last resort obligations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 257 FN be re-referred to committee. House Bill 257, if passed, would relieve phone carriers of their last resort obligations. When the committee heard and discussed this bill, the general consensus was that we do not want to leave any Granite Stater without the ability to contact emergency services in an event they need to. With the help of the Department of Energy, we do have some suggestions to alleviate our concerns. However, due to the timing of how things worked out, the committee felt it would be best to hold on to this bill to iron out any other issues that may arise. The committee is working with stakeholders on language that will ensure that, if needed, emergency services can be contacted in almost any part of our state, while also allowing telephone carriers to actively compete on the open market and not be confined by regulations. Excuse me. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of re-refer to committee on House Bill 257 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The motion is re-referred to committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee for House Bill 257 is adopted. Senator Lang, you get to do the honors again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am happy to introduce the fourth grade class of the Inner Lakes Elementary School from Meredith, New Hampshire. Welcome, guys.
Welcome, everybody. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 281, an act relative to least cost integrated resource plan of utilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 281 ought to pass with amendment. I would first like to thank all my colleagues and the members of the Department of Energy and all the stakeholders and everyone who worked hard on getting this piece of legislation drafted before you today. HB 281 is the culmination of many different bills, all with important aspects that will greatly benefit our constituents. The first part of the bill repeals the outdated, least cost integrated resource plan. And as the committee heard throughout testimony, this plan was put into law as a check and balance on gas and electric utility companies when oversight project proposals was greatly needed. However, with deregulation and the utilities no longer owning their own generation, the resource plan is no longer needed. Instead, HB 281 will shift the authority to review and approve plans to the PUC. Additionally, many stakeholders and legislators will work together to draft legislation to introduce more up-to-date and relevant form of the Altschiller, or LCIRP, to ensure that the Granite Staters are not forced to subsidize any frivolous projects by our utilities. The second part of 281 allows for the smaller municipalities to take part in net energy metering. The third section improves transparency with renewable portfolio standards by requiring utilities to post the estimated annual cost for the average customer on the December bill. Section 4 to 6 repeals another outdated board with the passage of HB 549 in 2022. It's called the EASY Board, the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board. They call it EASY Board. Essentially became nothing, in some people's opinion, nothing more than a symbolic and unnecessary board when its duties were taken over by the Department of Energy. These sections will provide additional funding to the department so that they will be able to develop strategies, concepts, and tools, along with other efforts to promote the benefit of energy efficiency. The final section in HB 281 shifts the responsibility of the Site Evaluation Committee to the Department of Energy. During the testimony, the committee heard the benefits of this change by transferring the responsibilities of approving new site for landfills to the department. With this change, it will streamline the approval process, grant the authority to the department to monitor and to enforce regulations on our state landfills. Lastly, the aspect of HB 609, which made a great, much-needed improvements to our site requirements, have been included into these sections. And our Committee on Energy and Natural Resources ask you for your support of this passage. Mr. President, Tracy and I went to Philadelphia last week actually, to pick up Kylie. And on the way, we had to listen to music. And the one thing that I really noticed as we're driving along when I'm listening to Out of Africa by Toto, the harmonies were beautiful. And it's great when our committees can get together and sing a song in harmony, in bipartisanship. And I really want to thank my colleagues, and I love them all. And I especially want to thank my senator from 1, 2, 3, 4 for helping. See, I can count. But for all his help and for ushering this. Is it perfect? No. Are there needs? Yes. But we really make some progress with this, and the song is beautiful, and I'm happy to work with you all, and I just thank you for the passage and all my colleagues. So with that, please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will say that when I was in the school choir, I'm so tone deaf and can't sing that the choir master would point to me and say, just mouth the words, but don't sing. Okay, so silence is golden. I too rise to commend the chair and the other members of the committee, and particularly want to mention the chair of House ST&E and other members of that committee who worked so hard here, and then also, of course, Chris Elms and our own former Josh Elliott and all the advocates as well. And as the chairman has emphasized, this is a package. It's, to me, an extraordinary compromise to move forward New Hampshire in terms of energy policy. And I also want to note that while 281 has its 5 parts, that it is actually a cog that is helping move a much larger machine. It's because of this compromise that we've been able to get really extraordinary progress on a lot of Senate and House bills, in both committees, in the House and the Senate. And it really is something to see how we have moved forward on transmission, on net metering, on power purchase agreements, and so many other things. But this is the cog that is driving that machine. And I do want to just mention a couple of the details here that were referenced by the chair, because they were of great concern. First, let me mention the first part of the bill on the least cost resource plans. And this was difficult for a lot of the advocates who said, this is the one place it seemed that there was public discussion of the environmental effects and impacts of energy projects, and how the utilities every few years were going to come and say where we're going to get our energy from in the future, and what are the environmental impacts and impacts on ratepayers and other things of those resources. And so there was a sense that we're losing that process. Whether it was still relevant entirely or not, that's up for debate. But I do want to note here that we made it an important change to 281. We retained section 378.37 from the LCRP legislation, and that reads, the general court declares that it shall be the energy policy of this state to meet the energy needs of the citizens and businesses of the state at the lowest reasonable cost, while providing for the reliability and diversity of energy sources, to maximize the use of cost-effective energy efficiency and other demand-side resources, and to protect the safety and health of the citizens, the physical environment of the state, and the future supplies of resources with consideration of the financial stability of the state's utilities. Now, that paragraph is extraordinarily important for those people who are concerned about environment and also for people who are concerned about renewable energy, because the least cost energy that is coming to the market now is renewable energy, and that is going to be the truth from now on. So this is the linchpin of state policy. It stays in, it is referenced throughout energy policy, and I think this is the good work of the community, and I do hope this, for the folks in the environmental community concerned about this, do look carefully at what has been accomplished by retaining that. I also want to mention as well the second part of the bill on the municipal host. This was also a hard compromise to move this forward. We had Senate Bill 68, which essentially is the substance now of this. There was the House Bill 139, which did municipal host. This, as you all know, has been a concern of the governor for many years about expanding net metering and the potential cost shifting. I think the argument has been made and confirmed by the PUC that there really is not cost shifting there, but that is a valid concern. But what has been done here is to say that for this municipal purposes, and we have municipal hosts, it says, for those municipalities who might be able to not use all the power to build a large enough project in their community, they'll be cost effective, that they can partner with a neighboring community in the same utility area, and they can get the project done. Across the state, I dare say communities in every one of our districts will be saving ratepayers in their communities substantial funding on energy if they can take advantage of this municipal host here. And this is a huge compromise. I appreciate the governor on it and the Department of Energy in finding a way forward in that. And that's just awfully important for us. I also want to mention the Easy Board as well, because that you know, again, is difficult. You know, here's one place where all the advocates, everybody get together, big group, and, you know, kind of yell at the utilities and each other and say, okay, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing about energy efficiency work and helping out the low-income folks and making sure that we're following 37837, which says that we've got to get, you know, make sure it's cost effective and so forth. Now, you may recall a couple years ago, the PUC took a look at our statute on energy efficiency and basically blew up the program. And that's why we had, you know, a record effort to pass House Bill 549, which said the legislative's intent, we want energy efficiency, we want to help low-income people out. That money that has been spent for that is the intent of the legislature. And we essentially took a lot of the duties of the Easy Board and put them in the Department of Energy, because we had created the Department of Energy. That's where those things belong. This, in this repeal, essentially brings us full circle on that process, because a couple of the remaining duties of the Easy Board are now placed in the DOE, and note carefully, too, that the funding authority is now in statute. That, too, is huge. So the PUC cannot make decisions which might undermine that funding in this process. So that's an important thing for us. And then lastly, Mr. President, I just want to take a pause for a moment to think of the accomplishment I believe we're making with the Site Evaluation Committee. Mr. President, as you well know, there was something called Northern Pass, and we have had a lot of difficulties about citing facilities and transmission projects in this state. And that should be a difficult process, right? Because we are authorizing a group to cross municipal boundaries and to follow policy and to develop large projects which can have consequences, benefits, and also consequences. And I think there's been a shared sense that we need to reform that process. And I will tell you, having served on that committee last summer, we spent months with many hours of testimony and work on what we can do about the SEC. I was convinced we needed to do something about the SEC, and I worked with Chairman Vose and others on a bill, House Bill 609, which kind of, you know, it's a big issue. It kind of stalled a bit in the House. So I thought, well, what can we do? We need to do something. And we were able to find this version, which really is about enforcement authority and streamlining some of that process while retaining the SEC structure. This is a big step forward. Why it's so important right now in terms of timing is that we have the potential to have major new energy projects in our state, whether it's offshore wind, that $12 to $15 billion project. The maps are being authorized. The auctions are next summer. This is going to transform the energy supply for this state. We want to have some of that power onshored into New Hampshire. And then secondly, we have passed on consent House Bill 139 today, which includes the substance of Senate Bill 167 on hydrogen. Hydrogen, clean hydrogen production and infrastructure for power plants, for industry, for heavy trucking, for many other sources is also going to be a huge plus for the state. But we got to be able to site facilities. And we can't be the state where all developers say, don't go there because you can't get any energy facilities done. It is hurting our state, and it will hurt our state in the future if we don't get this reform done. So this is, we didn't get everything yet. I think there's going to continue to be work on that. But I just wanted to emphasize, Mr. President, you put all this together, and this is what bipartisan progress can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. I have Senator Altschiller and Senator Perkins-Cuoco to speak. Do you wish to speak on the amendment or after the amendment? It's up to you.
I'm not speaking to the amendment, so now would be great. The underlying bill. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ITL of the underlying bill, which my opposition is to the scrapping of the least cost integrated resource plan to the Public Utilities Commission, as it serves an important and vital role in securing stable and safe energy markets and has for 30 years. These plans provide information to the PUC and the public on how utilities plan to pursue new projects. These projects have a significant impact not only on our energy sources, but also on the environment that we all depend on. By requiring a submission of report with an opportunity for the public and stakeholders to review it, the state ensures there is accountability for utilities. For instance, a few years ago when Liberty Utilities proposed the Granite Bridge project, it had an original price tag of $450 million. $450 million. Once it went under the least cost integrated resource plan procedures, it was scaled down to $45 million. This process has proven to reduce price tags on projects, which ultimately prevent rate hikes for our ratepayers. A high level of accountability for utilities is necessary because they not only engage in a market that we are all dependent on, but also because their work can have significant environmental impacts. New Hampshire consumer advocate Donald Kreese went so far as to write an in-depth piece on why the Cost Integrated Resource Planning Commission needs updating, not scrapping. Eversource offered to work with us and said they did not support the scrapping of the least cost integrated resource plan. So we are all aware of the tenuous nature of our energy market and how deeply its volatility has impacted our constituents. And for those reasons, I do not support the scrapping of the least cost integrated resource plan, which was how the bill was introduced. I'm not speaking to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Perkins-Cuoco.
Mr. President, we seem to be low in ranks here. I'll just speak briefly to say that, I agree with the comments of both my colleagues, and it's nice to see bipartisan work on energy. I just wanted to note for all of our knowledge and record, an integrated resource plan, what is it? It is a capital improvement plan for our grid. And so now we don't have one. Our grid is our highway. It's how we would make sure that the traffic of our electricity can travel. And so To keep rates low, we want to make sure we're always looking forward and allowing all of our sources of energy onto the grid. Competition and distributed generation are going to be needed to keep our rates low for our residents and our small businesses. And so I look forward to working with other members of this body to make sure that we are completing our next generation of integrated resource planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. I see no further discussion. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question is now on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 281. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. House Bill 281 passes and is ordered to third reading. Now, regretfully, that we're almost at lunchtime, we'll move to lobsters. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 442 FN, an act establishing a scuba diver recreational lobster license and relative to lobster trap location tracking. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I made it. I move House Bill 442 FN ought to pass as amended. While there have been many variations of House Bill 442, I am in support of the version before you all today. The amendment that was adopted and became the content of this bill was a work of a collaboration with many stakeholders on, every side of this issue. While we could not come to a consensus on the actual diving for lobsters, everyone, however, did agree that we should be taking every measure possible to keep our coastline and waters free from debris. The version of House Bill 442 builds upon the already successful Beach Cleanup Day program and provides the necessary resources for Fish and Game to conduct 3 annual beach cleanups. With these 3 yearly cleanups, there will be an emphasis on removing debris from our waters, and my hope is that both the divers and lobstermen can work together on this. Lastly, I did include a sunset on this program. I anticipate the General Court will want an update after the completion of the program so that the legislature can assess further needs for cleanup of our coastline and any possible additional steps we can take to try and solve the issue. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support and a motion of ought to pass on the amended House Bill 442. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Altschiller to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has been on a journey through rough seas that would make you nauseous from the storm that has been House Bill 442. I hope that you have your sea legs under you as we are about to go on a tumultuous journey. I'm glad to hear that my colleague has acknowledged the many iterations this bill has taken. So where did it start? January 31st, when the prime sponsor presented this bill, he said, a half hour before the deadline of filing legislation, and this is House, so it's much earlier than ours, someone purported to be a spokesperson or at least a member of the lobstering community and asked if we would file legislation for them. It was a request to submit legislation to ask that no state funds be used to enforce federal regulations, in a nutshell, or in totality. And since then, since the bill came out and was approved, we have some new knowledge. Maine's delegation, the congressional delegation, amended the federal spending bill to delay these new regulations till 2028 and called for more research on whale entanglements and ropeless fishing gear. Maine's delegation was able to do what no one else was able to do, apparently, and delay this for about 6 years which should be a collective sigh of relief and somewhat guarded exultation by the lobstering community, I believe. We were attempting to help the lobster community with what seemed to be an onerous and overreactive regulation. So that's where the bill began, from the bill's sponsor. That's the testimony. That is the testimony from the House introduction. But really, where did this begin? This just, this didn't come out of nowhere, because after, it seems, the mysterious lobstermen's concerns were met, this bill kept going. And why? Why did it keep going? Well, that's because it is a bill that keeps reincarnating and joining us over and over and over again. In fact, it was born in 1996 and then came back in 2002, 2004, 2005, 2008, 2012, 2013, 2022, and now today. Awesome. But what's this one about? What's this one about? Because the first one, this year, we're talking about federal regulations, but then, maybe there's a rewrite. Maybe we can add something onto that. And we put on all the iterations of the previous scuba diving bills. That's what this is really about. But then, in March, after a January hearing, all of a sudden we've got a non-germane amendment. So that non-germane amendment goes through the House, and there are 2 hearings in the House filled with people. And and it came through the House. In fact, it came through the Fish and Game Committee 13-7 as ought to go forward. And then when it came over to us, the prime sponsor never came to talk about his bill, but he did send the chair of Fish and Game, who very, very excitedly told us that this was overwhelming in his committee. And that caused a little bit of an outrage in the room that we were in, which was packed with people, as was the hallway, because that executive session was stacked with ringers. For those who haven't served in the House, the absence of a committee member might be made with a substitute for an executive session. And that would be of no consequence if the lobstermen hadn't been in the room and highly objected to having their concerns not heard, because the people who voted on the bill had not been there for the testimony when it came to us. But we were there. We were there for the testimony. We were there, and we had 2 hearings. We had 2 hearings. We had one on the 4th, and then we had another one on the 11th. And everybody came back for the 11th, and we were packed on the 4th too. But on the 11th, we had a new rule. We had a new rule instituted by our committee chair that no senators can ask any questions of anyone testifying. That was a sharp turn from the first hearing. And then we closed up until we're ready to exec this, and began. I'm glad my colleague recognized that there were a series of offline meetings with stakeholders. And we hear a lot about stakeholders. And I'd love to know, who were those stakeholders? Who were they? We heard about meetings and meetings with stakeholders. Well, as the senator from District 24, which serves the town of Hampton, where the majority of lobster boats sail out of, I wasn't included. In fact, when I learned about these meetings, I asked to attend to represent my district, which is the lobstermen, and I was denied an invitation. And I know that my colleagues from Districts 23 and 21, which cover Seabrook and Portsmouth and Newington, were also not included. Their constituents are stakeholders too, are they not? But the elected Senate members from the coastal communities where the lobster industry is based, we're not the only ones who were not stakeholders all of a sudden. Neither were the 3 Seabrook reps, one of whom was originally a sponsor of this bill. And when it came to the Senate, he came and testified that this bill looked nothing like what he signed on to in the first place, which was about federal regulations, and he now rejects the iteration it's in. Neither were the 4 Hampton reps, 2 Northampton reps, 2 reps from Ryan Newcastle, or the 6 Portsmouth reps. They were also not considered stakeholders. The prime sponsor of the original bill, who didn't come to the hearing, was though. Additionally, only one lobsterman was invited to participate in these offline meetings. He told me, because we talked with frequency, on multiple occasions he was glad to be able to offer his perspective and knowledge, but he should absolutely not have been the only lobsterman considered a stakeholder. But we took some comfort that at least one person whose livelihood was being tinkered with and insulted with aspersions of sloppy execution of their work was allowed to be at the table. So while we're reviewing the stakeholders, I invite my colleagues to watch the hearings on YouTube. On April 4th, the 10th person to testify on that first day of the Senate hearings was Colonel Jordan from Fish and Game. And he was rather animated in his testimony. And it wasn't with enthusiasm for this bill, not even a little bit. Let's go back to this amendment that we're looking at now. What type of method is Fish and Game supposed to employ to execute this new cleanup? In speaking with Colonel Jordan from Fish and Game, the current cost for annual cleanup is $50,000 each. And the one we have now is specifically timed to be right before the season gets into full swing. The task on Colonel Jordan's plate now, which, as a reminder, is a non-germane amendment to the original bill, is to organize and execute a cleanup of derelict gear that purportedly is so pervasive that we all should be able to walk on water because of the volume of trash left behind by our lobstermen. Tell me, how in Poseidon's ocean do our lobstermen even fish at all? If it's like an episode of Hoarders on the bottom of the ocean floor, do they weave in and out of those hoards so they can drop their trawls in between these mountains of traps that we have heard about? Well, if this bill passes, we will surely solve that mystery. In April, the union leader made a very good point when they said this bill should be sent to Davy Jones' locker. So to recap, the current iteration of House Bill 442 is now a replace all amendment to a non-germane amendment to a bill that filled hearing rooms and hallways not once but twice with people opposing it. I hope you will join me and the stakeholders of the lobstering community by voting to give this bill a burial at sea. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Carson.
2-minute recess, Mr. President.
Senator Carson has asked for a 2-minute recess. We'll be in recess for 2 minutes. All right, before we come back into session, all right, we are out of recess. Senator Waters is recognized for a question.
Yes, Mr. President, first can I ask a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes.
I wanted to confirm that House Bill 442 is going to finance.
House Bill, it is on the list of going to finance, should it pass, yes.
All right, I just thank you. I just wanted to check because it's a little funny how it's listed here, but I just wanted to confirm that. So I can now ask a question if I may.
Senator Gray?
442 is scheduled for finance. Thank you. So if I may ask a question of the senator from District 17?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for taking my question.
Absolutely.
So as I recall in our committee work on the amendment, that we had planned to add a phrase that wanted to ensure that the extra money would go just for this program, and that there would be no use of the other funds in that coastal cleanup fund. And it appears that that language did not get into the amendment. So is this something that could be fixed in finance?
Yes, you are correct. I just thank you for pointing it out because it was supposed to be a committee amendment and it appears that it got dropped off. So we will fix that in finance should it pass.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thanks for your work on this bill.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, I recognize Senator Avard for a motion.
Mr. President, I motion to re-refer.
Senator Avard has motioned to re-refer House Bill 442, which is a higher motion than the pending motion.
I don't think we need to.
Is everybody aware of the parliamentary situation? If you're in favor of re-refer, you would vote yes. Senator Susi.
2-minute recess, Mr. President.
come to order. Thank you. Senator Avard has moved to re-refer. The question is on adoption of the motion to re-refer. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of re-refer, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I'm clear. The noes have it. We're back to the pending motion. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The committee amendment is adopted. The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 442. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Well, without a roll call, I think the lobster roll call bill passes. And House Bill 442 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Now, we will move to the Committee on Executive Departments. And please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 250 FN, an act relative to accidental death benefit payable for a retirement system member. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 250 to be referred to committee. Re-referred, I'm sorry. What? Oh, re-referred to committee. Little typo. House Bill 250 as amended would increase the amount of state retirement annuity payable upon accidental death of a retirement system member. The committee still has several concerns about the proposed cap for these payments and needs more time to have definitions specified within the statute. The committee agrees this is a good bill, but is asking for the re-refer motion to do a deeper dive into this in order to avoid unintended consequences. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee unanimously asks for your support for the motion of re-refer to committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The motion is re-refer to committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer on House Bill 250. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 250 is referred to committee. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 337 FN, an act relative to directing the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to provide notice of public meetings and an opportunity for comment from the public. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 337 ought to pass as amended. House Bill 337 seeks to direct the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to provide notice of public meetings and opportunity for comment from the public and creates a new Attorney 2 position. The amendment proposes that all boards, councils, and commissions within the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification shall notify the public of any public meeting no less than 14 calendar days prior, provide documents pursuant to RSA 91A:1-A, Section 3, to the public no less than 7 calendar days prior to the meeting, provide an opportunity for comment from the public either in person or virtually, and establishes an Attorney 2 position in the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee unanimously asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. I'd like to just take a moment of interlude to recognize Senator Whitley for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to welcome to the Senate chamber my constituent and Executive Counselor Cindy Warmington.
Counselor? All right, the bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. A little louder. Any opposed? Wow. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. That's better. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 337 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 409 FN, an act relative to non-resident licensure by the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology and Aesthetics. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Perkins-Coker for the committee.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 409 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 409 FN, as introduced, would have allowed a method for out-of-state barbers, cosmetologists, and other related professionals to become licensed in New Hampshire. However, the committee believed that the way the bill was written would have created a standard that was so low it would have put New Hampshire residents that go to these professionals at risk. The amendment to this bill, recommended by the committee, is a replace all amendment that makes a number of organizational changes to the Office of Professional Licensure and works in tandem with House Bill 655. It also talks about certification and adopts the Social Work Licensure Interstate Compact. These changes were made and agreed upon by a large group of stakeholders that includes a bipartisan group of legislators, the OPLC, and many of the 50-plus boards and board members that currently operate under OPLC. They ensure that the reform of OPLC contemplated in HB 655 reflects the concerns and comments of those affected by the reform, all of our state licensees. These changes were mainly in regard to investigatory powers and processes of the OPLC, a cap on investigation fees of $10,000, and a number of other administrative cleanup changes. The majority of the whole Executive Departments and Administration Committee unanimously asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coker. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 409. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 409 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 532 FN, an act relative to licensure and regulation of music therapists. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment with a vote of 5-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 532 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 532, as amended by the House, creates a professional license for music therapy professionals. This bill came as a result of multiple rounds of study committees and creates a path for music therapists to receive insurance and Medicaid reimbursements through licensure. This bill, as amended, leaves the music therapy licensure language adopted by the House and then adds and a program assistant for the appropriate OPLC governing board. Additionally, the added section of this bill allows for New Hampshire patients who have an established relationship with an out-of-state medical provider be able to receive telehealth care, provided that an in-person visit happens at least once per calendar year. The Executive Departments and Administrative Committee unanimously asks for your support on this motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. I believe Senator Birdsall may have a question for you, Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So, Senator, I just want to make sure, since this is going into a different chapter than the actual telemedicine chapters, I just want to make sure the amendment with regards to assisted suicide. So if an out-of-state doctor, like a Massachusetts doctor, because I think Vermont, assisted suicide is legal in Vermont. If an out-of-state doctor from a state that permits physician-assisted suicide prescribes suicide drugs to a person in New Hampshire, can that doctor be prosecuted under New Hampshire law even if the doctor never sets foot in New Hampshire?
All right, thank you for the question and for the opportunity to clarify this important issue. I'm not a lawyer, but
And you don't play one on TV?
I don't even, not yet, not yet. It is my understanding, though, under New Hampshire law, that a person can be prosecuted and convicted if the conduct that occurs outside of the state is an attempt to commit an offense under the laws of our state. And I believe you're referring to 625-4, which states that a person is guilty or of cause or aiding suicide if he purposely aids or solicits another to commit suicide. So
Thank you.
It would be covered. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall and Altschiller. The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 532. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 532 passes and is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senator Gray.
Senate President, would it be in order to make a motion to suspend the rule on use of personal devices in the Senate chamber during the internet outage so that those of us who are dependent upon those devices be able to read the bills and the amendments?
If the body chooses to suspend the rules by the 2/3 majority, the body may do so. Senator Gray has moved to suspend the rules.
Yes, sir.
Without objection. Well, what about that? Without objection, the rule is suspended. Senator Gray, you're a miracle worker.
Just for the time being. Just for that time being.
And Senator Gray, we're going to recognize you, or at least the Committee on Finance, as we move along, and the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 330 FNA, an act relative to the National Guard Recruitment Incentive Program and its funding and rulemaking. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with a vote of 6-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 330 FNA ought to pass. This bill removes the requirements for administrative rulemaking under RSA 541A for certain Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Service programs, designates fines for military court proceedings to be credited to the Enlistment Incentive Program, and increases the allowable payment of enlistment incentives from $500 to $1,000. It is assumed, it is assumed any fiscal impact would occur after fiscal year 2023. There is no appropriation included in the bill. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 330 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 530. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 330 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 461 FN, an act establishing a committee to study elimination by political subdivision employees of retirement system position. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move House Bill 461 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a committee to study the elimination of a retirement system position by political subdivision employers. The bill has no fiscal impact on state, county, and local expenditures on revenue. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 461 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 461. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 461 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 534 FNA, an act relative to water assistance for natural disasters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-2. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 534 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill creates a water assistance fund to be used to repair and replace drinking water treatment sources damaged by natural disasters. The committee amended the bill by reducing the amount of the appropriation $2.5 million for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, and $2.5 million for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. The sum of $500,000 for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023 will now be appropriated, and it shall not lapse until June 30th, 2025. That change mandated a change also in the effective date of the bill from July 1st, 2023 back to June 30th, 2023. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 534 FNA as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Birdsall, the bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment. This bill came to us from the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Advisory Commission, formerly chaired by Senator Chuck Morse. Under his leadership, the commission supported setting up this fund as a way for DES to manage money for natural disaster well repair separately from the money from the ExxonMobil settlement. The $5 million appropriation in the underlying bill is the amount suggested by that commission. Natural disasters can and actually have included flooding and drought destroying private wells. Some people in our state can afford to dig a new well, and others of more restrictive means can't. The Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust was able, in the last few years, to help about 50 homeowners repair their wells damaged by flooding. But that settlement money really needs to be used to remediate MTBE and PFAS. The $5 million in the bill, as passed by the Policy Committee, would help more people repair their damaged wells than the $500,000 in the committee amendment. Mr. President, this bill has no effect on my constituents at all. They are all connected to municipal water supplies. But for my colleagues whose constituents do get their water from private wells. I please ask you to stick with the Drinking Water and Groundwater Commission's suggested appropriation and turn down the committee amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Senator Avard asked for a roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. Again, if you're in favor of the committee amendment, you'd be voting aye. If you're opposed, you'd be voting no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Who are we missing? Carson.
I guess we'll be in recess for 30 seconds, but please don't go far. We're in the voting mode. Without objection, we will special order House Bill 594 for when we have all 24 members in the chamber. 534, my apologies. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which it was referred, House Bill 594, an act relative to the licensure of out-of-state applicants to boards or commissions organized under the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 594 FN ought to pass. This bill requires the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to issue licenses to out-of-state applicants who are licensed in another state if that state's licensing requirements are substantially similar to those in New Hampshire. It also requires a criminal history check, record check, if otherwise required for the profession for which they are seeking licensure. It assumes that any physical impact would occur in FY 2023. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 594 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on 594. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 594 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 655 FN, an act relative to the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Promise you this is my last one today. Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 655 FN ought to pass. This bill redefines the roles and responsibilities of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification for boards and commissions. The OPLC issues licenses, sets fees, provides legal and investigatory services, and presents administrative rules as advised by the boards and commissions. House Bill 655 FN consolidates administrative authority for the OPLC in a new chapter and repeals redundant provisions of law. The existing OPLC fund is modified and further defined to be a separate, dedicated, non-lapsing fund. The bill will reduce the amount lapsed to the general fund at the end of the biennium, but it will increase the amount of funds in the OPLC fund at the end of the biennium. By not lapsing funds, the OPLC indicates the office will be able to lower licensing and certification fees. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 655 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question, which is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 655 is ordered to third reading. All right, so here's where we are. We have a hard stop time of somewhere around 4 o'clock. We might be able to push it a few minutes, but not many more past. We have one roll call that we still have to take. We're in the voting mode on 534. We have 11 bills. I expect that there'll be some debate on 7 of the 11. I think we would probably all be grateful for a 35-minute lunch break. I think we can manage it as long as everybody's in agreement with that. I don't see any objection. The Senate will be in recess to 1:15 promptly. Okay, the Senate will come back into recess. Senator Avard is not here, so we'll move to the Committee on Judiciary. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 114, an act relative to the age at which a minor may receive mental health treatment without parental consent. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 114 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have allowed a minor 16 years of age or older to consent to mental health treatment without parental consent. House Bill 114 would remove parental discretion when a child is having a mental health crisis, and it would be solely to that child to seek care for themselves. Parents matter, and this bill would deny parents critical information pertaining to their child. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 114. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion of the motion? Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on HB 114. This is relative to the age at which a minor may receive mental health treatment without parental consent. We have seen this proposal before. In fact, I sponsored and the Senate rejected SB 184 to do just what this bill does. But I am ever the optimist and hope that those who voted to reject SB 184 will reconsider and please vote in favor of HB 114. We know that the rates of mental illness, including depression, anxiety, suicidality, self-harm, particularly among teens, are skyrocketing. We know that there is evidence that we are a community in crisis, and to resolve this crisis, we must afford our Granite Staters additional access to mental health care. Teenagers can be especially vulnerable to mental health challenges. Intervention and treatment can be especially beneficial, and sometimes their parents are unable or unwilling to help them access that mental health care. This bill, as written, addresses the situation. It does three things. First, it allows minors over the age of 16 and older to consent to mental health treatment. Number two, it explicitly allows licensed providers to treat minors age 16 or over with that individual's consent. And finally, it requires parental consent if a medication is to be prescribed. It does not reject or discount the important role parents play in their children's mental health and well-being. And it does not promote secrecy or deception. And that was one of the things I kind of heard from folks, that this is encouraging them to go behind their parents' back. That is not at all what this bill is intended to do. It is intended to help teens access mental health care when they do not have the parental consent, but it may in fact lead to parental participation in the issue and in the treatment. And as adolescents experiencing mental illness may be afraid of or embarrassed by or concerned about burdening their parents with the issues that they're going through. They may be concerned that they're not ready to talk to their parents, and this can be any one of many aspects of their mental health. Sometimes parents will be dismissive of a teenager's concerns about his, her, or their own mental health. A teenager may say, you know, I'm so anxious I can't function, and the parents may not recognize how serious it is. There are all kinds of reasons that a parent may not be able or willing to consent to mental health care. But that doesn't mean the teenagers don't need that care. This bill would allow mature teenagers, and by mature I mean on the older side of the teenage spectrum, between 16 and prior to their 18th birthday, at which point we consider them adults. Teens who do not receive the care that they need in a timely manner may not receive any care at all, and the consequences of that might be devastating. Delaying treatment is not the answer. So I want to note that this is not a new idea in New Hampshire. Here in New Hampshire, we recognize that teens can access their own health care without parental consent for several reasons. One of them is they may seek treatment for a sexually transmitted disease without having the consent of their parents. They may also access health care such as substance misuse treatment, so that when a teen is troubled with alcohol or another drug, they can access the health care they need without parental consent. But why should we wait? Why should we wait for a teenager who is having some type of mental illness? Why should we say, until it's to the point where you are misusing a substance, you cannot consent to your own treatment without your parental consent? So I ask you to just consider how important this legislation is to many of our Granite Staters. It is important to their families. As I have repeatedly noted, this is allowed in several areas. I believe that given the crisis in mental illness, we know the rates are rising. We know that teenagers are experiencing mental health crisis like never before. Let us create another tool. Let us let them consent to treatment with providers who allow the licensed providers to provide that treatment, and let us then recognize that only if parental consent would be needed if medication is prescribed. Please join me in voting down the ITL motion and in favor of an ought to pass. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Abbas to speak.
I'll waive off, Mr. President.
Thank you. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Seeing no further discussion, the question's on the adoption of the committee recommendation. Are you ready for the question? All roll call? A roll call has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters? No. Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate prevails. And the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 343, an act relative to the release of confidential records of a person appointed a guardian. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 343, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have provided that a person appointed a guardian shall retain the right to access and consent to the release of his or her confidential records unless the terms of the appointment provide otherwise. House Bill 343 would affect the guardianship statute we adopted last session, which is still in the process of being implemented and was designed to increase the involvement of the ward in their guardianship. Further, Mr. President, because of confusing language used in this bill, there's rampant potential for unintended consequences. For example, a ward could be forced to fight their guardian in court for access to their own medical records. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ITL on House Bill 343. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise against the ITL motion and urge my colleagues to think about this simple but important bill. I want to note at the outset that not one person actually opposed this bill, but several very well-respected lawyers, including Representative Bob Lynn, supported it. I want to note, too, that I do disagree with my colleague from District 14 that it impacts the supported guardianship statute that we passed last year. This is very different. This is looking at the current guardianship statute. I also think the issue that was raised about this would create some animosity between ward and guardian. I think this bill would actually reduce animosity. It would spell out whether they have guardianship or whether the ward, it would spell out in the guardianship order whether the ward has access or whether they don't have access, so they wouldn't have to go to court. So I actually think this is more clarification to reduce animosity and do away with the adversarial relationship. So essentially, this bill would allow someone under guardianship to access their records unless, through the guardianship order at the outset, the court has already determined that it would not be in their best interest to do so. So under current law and our current guardianship statute, when a ward is appointed a guardian, they retain certain enumerated rights, such as the right to marry or right to own property. When you get a guardian, it's not over your entire life unless the court decides it will be. So again, unless a court finds that it's not in their best interest to do so. So this bill would merely add the right to access record to this list of enumerated rights to be considered in the initial guardianship proceeding. So unfortunately, the law is currently silent on two issues related to access to records: whether a proposed ward has the right to access their own record, and whether the guardian needs to have access to those records. This bill would fill in those gaps in our law and also comply with our current guardianship statute, which requires courts actually to cite specific findings when they remove certain enumerated rights. Lastly, the bill would give courts the ability to allow access to records at the outset, like I said, of guardianship, so that fewer wards will have to go through the court system if they want to access their rights. And I do believe this removes the chance of an adversarial relationship between ward and guardian. This is a personal issue for me as a family member of a person with a significant disability. I know that guardianship can be an incredibly important tool. However, I also believe that discretion should always be given when removing an individual's rights. This bill allows us to consider those important balancing interests at the outset of a guardianship. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote against the ITL motion so that I may offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Seeing no dispute to the opinion of the chair, House Bill 343 is inexpedient to legislate, and that motion is adopted. All right, without objection, we will go back to the voting mode on House Bill 534 relative to water assistance for natural disasters. The question on the amendment? The question is on the amendment. We're in the voting mode, so I'm going to recognize Senator Rosenwald for a parliamentary inquiry and then Senator Gray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I believe that we should trust the experts on the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Commission, ably led by our former colleague and friend, Senator Chuck Morse, would I now vote no on the committee amendment and reject the reduction of their proposed funding by 90%? Thank you.
If you're in favor of the motion of ought to pass on the amendment, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would vote no. Senator Gray, parliamentary.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I know that the addition of this money is what is needed right now to do that, and that there are procedures that we can come back and ask for additional money, would I then vote yes on this amendment?
If you're in favor of the motion of ought to pass on the committee amendment, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, oh, my apologies. A roll call had previously been asked for by, I believe, Senator Avard and Lang. Do you still want that roll call? I do. All right. Senator Avard has moved for a roll call. It's been seconded by Senator Lang. My apologies for forgetting. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it on the committee amendment, 13 to 11. The question is now on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 534 is ordered to third reading. We will now return to the Committee on Judiciary, and the body will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 360 FN, an act legalizing cannabis for persons 21 years of age or older. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion to table.
Senator Gannon has moved to table House Bill 360. That's a non-debatable motion. It's been asked for a roll call. Is there a second? Senator Pearl has seconded the motion for a roll call. If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would vote yes. If you're opposed, you would vote no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley. Yes. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 24 to nothing. Senator Avard and Senator Waters are singing in harmony. And House Bill 360 is laid upon the table. Moving right along. The clerk will please be attentive. The clerk will please be attentive to the Senate. Okay. You know what I mean. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 397, an act relative to the prohibition of the possession of hypodermic needles by minors. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon to the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 397 be re-referred back to the committee. The point of the bill is to clarify the circumstances under which a minor may be in possession of a hypodermic needle or syringe. The committee determined that not a single minor has been charged under the current statute for handling a hypodermic needle or syringe. Minors have only been charged if they already have multiple charges against them. While this bill has a lot of merit to it, in fact, someone from my district had very moving testimony, but the committee decided we need more time because besides her testimony, to consider all the implications it may have. For these reasons, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of re-refer to the committee for House Bill 397. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is re-referred to committee. Is there further discussion? Senator Prentice? Senator Prentice does not wish to discuss further. In that case, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion to re-refer is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 431, an act permitting qualifying patients and designated caregivers to cultivate cannabis for therapeutic use. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table.
has moved to table House Bill 431.
Roll call.
Second.
A roll call has been requested. If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would vote aye. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. Senator Chandley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. If I know that the therapeutic cannabis program has strict and appropriate guidelines for qualification, as well as rules which must be followed to remain qualified, and I know that many patients, folks who are often ill, suffering in pain, or infirm may have difficulty traveling to dispensaries or finding the strain effective for their treatment, and I further know that health insurance and prescription plans do not cover the significant costs of cannabis for qualifying patients, would I now vote no to support the many patients, caregivers, and providers from whom we have heard to allow home-grown cannabis for qualifying patients? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. I believe that the motion for a roll call was made by Senator Soucy and seconded by Senator Whitley. Am I correct in that? I am not correct in that. It was Senator Avard.
I made the motion, Senator Avard.
Senator Whitley made the motion, Senator Avard seconded.
That's a duet.
Senator Carson, since you made the motion to table, a parliamentary inquiry should be made by Senator Gannon, who declines to make a parliamentary inquiry. So if you're in favor of the motion to table House Bill 431, you would say aye. If you're opposed to that motion, you would say no. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Okay. Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chandley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Aye.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Nay.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The motion to table prevails 16 to 8. House Bill 431 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 473 FN, an act relative to penalties for controlled drug violations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 473 FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have changed the penalty for certain Schedule 1, 2, 3, and 4 drug offenses. Specifically, it would change the first conviction for controlled schedule in Schedules 1 through 4 into a misdemeanor from a felony. While the proponents of House Bill 473 argue that a misdemeanor still represents a serious detriment to drug use, it is not as strong a deterrent as a felony. Further, the committee heard testimony that attorneys and prosecutors are already able to downgrade charges for first offenses to a misdemeanor rather than a felony if the circumstances of a specific case warrant it. There is no pressing need to make such a sweeping blanket change in New Hampshire. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 473. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ITL motion because I believe that public safety resources should be focused on actually enhancing public safety, not fighting an ineffective war on drugs. This bill merely reduces first-time possession to an unclassified misdemeanor. This is a critical change because we all know that felony convictions really do have serious collateral consequences for someone who is convicted for the very first time of just possession, even if they are able to avoid prison. Reducing first-time possession to a misdemeanor is still a very serious punishment and could still mean someone would face up to a year in jail. It's important to note that the vast majority of New Hampshire drug arrests are for possession, not sale, and that trend is going in the wrong direction. In 2021, over 80% of those arrests were for possession. I think if we're going to saddle people with felony records for the possession of drugs, we'd want to make sure that this actually makes our community safer. But there just isn't evidence that it does. There just isn't evidence to show that charging a felony is an effective accountability measure that stops behavior. It just does not have the deterrent effect. We know this because the research tells us that. Research from the US DOJ and Pew actually shows us that saddling people for felonies for their first-time possession can actually undermine community safety and is the opposite of deterrence. Again, these are the facts. After decades and decades of the war on drugs, we know that solving drug use through incarceration, again, just doesn't work. Mr. President, the research is very clear. Harsh sentences and incarceration in general are not effective ways to deter crime. It's time to rein in this counterproductive and harmful approach to addressing drug use and instead focus on prevention, something that this body discussed, Mr. President, at length last week. Prevention strategies actually have evidence to support them. They actually reduce drug use. It's important to point out that New Hampshire drug laws, are also enforced with a staggering racial bias. Despite making up just 1.8% of New Hampshire's population, Black Granite Staters comprise 5.8% of all arrests and 6.5% of all drug arrests in 2020. Again, that's undeniable facts. Reclassifying drug possession as a misdemeanor offense provides an opportunity to start addressing this issue in New Hampshire. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote against the ITL motion so that I may offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is an expedient to legislate. Senator Gannon.
Just a question, if the good senator from 15 could help me. Would that include, you want to lower to a misdemeanor from a felony, would that include fentanyl possession? If I was a first-time person arrested for fentanyl, would that include that?
Yes, it's multiple scheduled drugs.
So,
That's correct.
So it would be a misdemeanor for fentanyl possession.
Yes,
If it was a
that's
person.
correct. And
Okay.
I also want to point out that with fentanyl, we know that we want people to stop using that, right? So felony, putting them in jail, that's not how we get people to stop using the drugs, right? We get them into treatment, we work on prevention, we use all those dollars we are spending on incarceration on prevention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas.
Mr. President, I have a question from the senator from District 15.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you for taking my question. How many people in New Hampshire are currently serving time in jail for a first-time drug possession? Would that being the sole conviction that they have?
I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Whitley, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of an expedient to legislate. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question of the senator from District 23.
Senator Gannon, do you yield?
Oh, didn't you introduce this?
I did.
Oh, so it's okay.
You can ask me a
I'm
question,
just
sure.
looking for a clarification.
I'll try.
Did you say that a prosecutor could reduce the charge from a felony to a misdemeanor at their discretion given the circumstances?
I believe that to be true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Prentice. Questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of an expedient to legislate. Are you in favor? Are you ready for the question?
Roll call.
A roll call has been requested by Senator Whitley, seconded by Senator Avard. Clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. I believe that a member incorrectly voted. Being on the prevailing side, I'll just ask for reconsideration. Is there a request for reconsideration? Yes, Mr. President. You are not on the prevailing side.
Yes.
Senator Avard moves reconsideration. All in favor of the motion for reconsideration so we can retake the roll call, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We will now call the roll call again. If you're in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would say yes. If you are opposed to that, you would say no.
Okay. Senator Gendreau.
Yes again.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it 18-6, and the motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. I had it 18-6 too.
I knew I was wrong.
Okay, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 596 FN, an act prohibiting the use of racial profiling in law enforcement activities and sentencing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you again. I move that House Bill 596 FN be re-referred to committee. The bill would prohibit the use of racial profiling in law enforcement activities and sentencing. House Bill 596 came as a recommendation from the LEAC Commission, which the legislature has already taken action to implement some of their proposals. However, while this bill has merit, the committee would like additional time to consider legal ambiguities within the bill. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion to re-refer the committee to the Committee on House Bill 596. I would also like to speak on the bill briefly, Mr. President. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. So if everyone goes to either the bill or the amendment, in line 5 on the original, one of the things that gave us a lot of problems were talking about profiling. So if you're going to say a law enforcement officer relying to any degree, and then we tried other words, we tried solely. The problem is, if I'm a police officer and I have any little bit of inherent bias, none of us are perfect. Everyone, if we walk through a different area and you see certain people, you may have some little degree. How do we measure that degree? Are we going to throw out every arrest because someone has an inherent bias of some proportion, which may not really affect the case? It would be nice, in a perfect world, we could have no racial bias at all. But in a real world, there's going to be some degree. How do we quantitatively look at that? So that's one of the places we're having problems. So relying to any degree solely, these are things we need to work more on. And it's for those reasons we need to re-refer the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is re-refer to committee. There is further discussion. Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the motion to re-refer because I really do think that New Hampshire is ready to put a stake in the ground that racial profiling has no place in the Granite State. We all know that following the George Floyd murder in Minneapolis, Governor Kristen Sununu formed a law enforcement accountability commission that recommended all law enforcement receive training on how to avoid racial profiling and to collect data on the topic. During the hearing on this bill, we heard testimony from several of our own House members who had themselves been victims of racial profiling. We cannot ignore that this remains an issue that our state has to reckon with 3 years later. The bill sponsors told us that 30 other states already have racial profiling prohibitions on the books. 30 other states. Even here in New Hampshire, we have a law outlawing police profiling of motorcyclists, championed by Speaker Packard and passed in 2022. Why are we so willing and quick to prohibit profiling of motorcyclists, but not ready to prohibit profiling of our communities of color? What message are we sending by waiting and not passing this bill today? If you believe, like I believe, that all Granite Staters, every single one, deserve safety when they're on the road, and all Granite Staters deserve to feel that they will not be singled out just because of the color of their skin, I would ask that you vote no on the re-refer motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Carson to speak.
Yes, thank you,
Senator Carson.
Mr. President. As the chair of Senate Judiciary, we looked quite carefully into passing something addressing racial profiling. I cannot vote for what the House sent over, but as a committee, we are more than willing to consider an amendment that would send it back to the consideration of the House. But I think that based on the fact that the House today indefinitely postponed the Senate-passed Parental Bill of Rights after voting to strip out the provisions dealing with the question of whether parents have the right to know whether school officials are participating in a child's social transition in school, we're going to have to look into whether the motion to indefinitely postpone the Parent Bill of Rights forecloses our consideration of bills relating to transgender issues for the rest of the two-year legislative session. And, Mr. President, why I think it's important that this gets brought up now, if you were to look at Chapter 106N, which defines profiling, it does not only address racial profiling. It says, profiling shall mean the practice of relying to any degree on race, ethnicity, color, national origin, nationality, language, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, political affiliation, religion, socioeconomic status, or disability. Mr. President, if someone proposes a bill providing parental involvement in schools to prevent bullying of a transgendered child, does the House motion to indefinitely postpone prevent us from considering that as well? Again, Mr. President, I don't know. And this is yet another reason why we need to send this bill back to committee to continue to look at this, because the Parental Bill of Rights did talk about sexual orientation and gender identity, and today they indefinitely postponed any discussion. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is re-referred to committee. The question is on the adoption of the motion, but first, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation to re-refer. And just to clarify this motorcycle profiling bill, which I was a sponsor of, I can explain to you this. There's no fundamental protected right for any person to drive, have a license, never mind a motorcycle, where being discriminated against because of your race is a protected class. That's the difference between the two. It's important to understand that distinction, because right now, if anyone is racially profiled, that is not probable cause to search someone's vehicle. That's not probable cause to search someone based on their race alone. There's a misunderstanding on how this is being addressed, and the rhetoric and the virtual signaling is not actually helping us actually put together the best policy. And that's what we're trying to do as a committee, because it's important. This is already a constitutional protected right to not be profiled in that manner and to be searched by police. That's already protected. However, we're trying to codify it now at the state level. In order to do that, you have to be very careful how you craft the language, and that's what we're trying to do. This is not an insult to any protected class. We just want to make sure we get it right so we don't jeopardize public safety. As written, the first section and the second section of this bill conflict with each other. So even if you support some concept of prohibiting racial profile at the state level, this bill is not ready to go forward. It's not ready for prime time. That's it. So please re-refer the committee so we can get this right. And I'm taking this very serious because I know what it's like to be in the receiving end of being profiled in a negative manner. So I take this very serious. I'm not here to virtual signal. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Okay? And I'm asking you all to join me and support the committee's recommendation to re-refer so we can work together and get it right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been asked for by Senator Whitley, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lane.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi. Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. Senator Gray, if you could do the honors for a few minutes.
Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 611 FN, an act relative to eligibility criteria for the therapeutic cannabis program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson is for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 611 FN ought to pass. This bill would remove the requirement that severe pain be resistant to other treatment options in order to be considered a qualifying medical condition for therapeutic cannabis. Currently, therapeutic cannabis program cannot be accessed before opioids are prescribed, and an individual should not have to have high-risk surgery or use opioid medications before embarking on a trial of therapeutic cannabis. Long-term sufferers should not have to continue traditional care when it is not working, and this bill will help patients in New Hampshire with their road to recovery. For these reasons, the Judiciary Committee asks for your support of the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 611. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The bill is now on second reading. Recognize Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to introduce Amendment 1930.
Senator Bradley has introduced Senate Bill 1930. Senator Bradley, would you like to discuss your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. One of the beautiful things about being able to serve in this room, there are 24 of us. We get to know each other pretty well. We know where we stand on some issues. There may be nuances from time to time. But with only 24 of us, we learn how to count. But I think that this body, over the years that I've served in it, and I think that everybody would agree with it, especially folks that have served here a long time, we try to do things right. And even when we disagree with a policy, we do try to work together to improve the policy in such a way that it's right for New Hampshire. And that's why I am here introducing this floor amendment to House Bill 611. We had a very spirited debate last week on House Bill 639. That debate is continuing right now on the other side of the wall on different bills that are Senate bills. Medicaid expansion is one of them that I'm told amendments will be introduced to attach marijuana to Medicaid expansion. I'm not very happy about that. I'm not willing to make that trade. I don't know about anybody else. To me, it's kind of like trading Babe Ruth to the Yankees. And my one vote says, ain't happening. But even though, as your presiding officer, I'm not very happy with what might be the outcome of efforts to legalize marijuana, I think that in having spoken to a lot of you on both sides of the issue, there's a presumption, a commitment, an understanding of our roles as senators that we're going to do it right. We're not going to do it rushed. We're going to do it right. And while I made a baseball analogy, now I'll make a football analogy for any of you football fans. I've been in this position before on legislation that I've supported, but it hasn't always been right the first time, and sometimes you have to punt, and you come back hopefully better, stronger, learn how to advocate, learn how to compromise, learn where the pressure points are. And I think that while I'm not happy with the direction that we're on, I do have a commitment, and I think all of us have a commitment to making sure it gets done right. And that's why I've proposed this amendment. I've tried to structure it in such a way that it's fair to all sides of this debate. I spoke with our esteemed colleague, the minority leader, this morning and said, as your presiding officer, I'd work with her on the 5 Senate appointments to a commission to look at this subject matter. I will do that. I don't know why anybody would want to serve on it, but some of you might. Obviously, I've called for 5 members of the House. Now, senators don't usually like to serve on these commissions. Senator Innocent smiling. You got a wonderful tie on. That qualifies you right away. So 5 senators is, I think it shows the importance of the subject matter. Obviously, the Attorney General should be on this. The governor or a designee, either the Attorney General or the governor would have the ability to designate. We've all heard from the chiefs of police on this issue. I think it's important that their voice be at the table. If it's going to be a state-run initiative, we have to have bankers at the table. If it's going to be run by the State Liquor Commission, they need to be at the table. And then we get to some of the advocacy organizations, the New Hampshire Cannabis Association, PRO, American Civil Liberties Union, PRO, Alternative Treatment Centers, PRO, obviously the chiefs of police on the other side, a medical professional, don't know, but a medical professional should be at the table, and then the communities for alcohol and drug-free youth, I think we know where they stand. I think this is a fair and balanced commission that will work to do it right. The remainder of the floor amendment outlines some of the criteria that Governor Sununu articulated for his view on how to get it right. Obviously, a commission has the authority to look at a whole range of issues, but it starts with those criteria. So with that in mind, I think it's very important that we get it right and that we're able to finish this session without too much back and forth with our friends on the other side of the wall, without too much hostage taking, and give everybody an opportunity to come to the table and discuss it. So with that, Mr. President, thank you very much, and I urge passage of the amendment.
Thank you. The motion is on the adoption of the floor amendment 1930S. We have a question from Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President, of the Senate President.
Of the Senate President. Senator, do you accept?
Thank you, Senator. I just have 2 questions. One, on page 2 of your amendment, line 13, where it says does not impose an additional tax so as to remain competitive, is that an effort to, in some way, not allow ATCs to be retail vendors? I just want to make that clear for the record.
No, it's not that. It was listing the criteria that the governor articulated when he said that if it's going to be done, if marijuana is going to be legalized, these are the criteria that he would look at.
So further question along those lines. So to the extent that there were state-run stores, there is the potential for an agency-type store.
Well, obviously,
could be.
This
You're not
is
trying
a
to
study
preclude it.
committee. The study committee would be free to make whatever recommendations. Then it will require a separate bill. These are just those conditions articulated by the governor.
Understood. I thank you. And one final question, if I may. I very much appreciate your consulting with me about membership, and I hope that you have received assurances from others that this membership would be appointed in a timely manner. so that work could get underway.
Well, I think given the evenness of the situation on the other side of the wall, that's likely to happen.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment to 1930. Are there additional questions? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further amendment. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer to the body amendment number 1893S, and if I may, speak to it.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. President. This might look a little familiar to some of you. This is a bill that passed this body, a vote 24 to nothing, not only once, but twice coming out of finance. Unfortunately, we are now in what we like to call the silly season, where bills are being taken and things are our bills. And we felt that this was a strong a bill with strong Senate support. So what I've done is I've taken the language from Senate Bill 180 and attached it to House Bill 611. This dealt with the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, giving them the duty to look at labeling products and educational materials, which was, again, the subject of 180. And Judiciary put in an amendment dealing with hemp-derived products because of some language and some discussion that we had about issues. Again, this was all passed by the Senate. The only difference here is on line 18, where it says THC greater than 0.3. In what we passed, it was 0.03, which we were given the wrong information. So we changed it in this amendment to reflect that, so it says greater than 0.3. I hope the body can once again vote for this for the third time. There's some joke in there about it being a trifecta, but please join me in adopting the bipartisan amendment number 1893S. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the floor amendment. I want to thank my good friend from District 14 for raising this issue again. I think this is another beautiful example of us all coming together as a body in a bipartisan way to do what we can to protect our communities. So I'm grateful for her work on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no additional questions, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1893. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading and still open for discussion. Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on HB 611FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and it's ordered to third reading. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate with both amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Just to explain that last without objection motion, I don't think it's happened this year. I did discuss it with Senator Soucy. Because we had two floor amendments with different numbering sections, it's important that the final ought to pass motion be reflected correctly. That's what that motion allowed for. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Rules and Roll Bills, to which was referred House Bill 269FN, an act relative to limiting the authority of the New Hampshire delegates to policy-making conventions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just thank you for the opportunity to allow a bill to come from this humble committee. It's our only bill that we've been able to put out this year, and it was unanimous, like a chorus. So, again, I thank you, Mr. President, and I move House Bill 269 inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 269 would have established a procedure for the selection of delegates to inter or intrastate policymaking conventions. This bill would have limited the authority of delegates to policymaker conventions to only those granted by the New Hampshire legislature. House Bill 269 would have created a process for recalling and replacing delegates who acted outside the authority given to them by the legislature. Many who submitted testimony discussed the possibility of an Article 5 convention. Such a convention would require 2/3 of the state legislature to call for one. The likelihood of an Article 5 convention being convened in the near future is low. As the committee heard testimony, it became clear that HB 269 sought to set up a procedure for something that is not needed yet. So the committee voted unanimously to recommend HB 269 inexpedient to legislate, and the Rules Committee asks for your support and motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 269. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 412, an act reestablishing a commission to study revenue alternatives to the road toll for funding of improvements to the state highways, bridges, and their resulting improvements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 412 ought to pass. This bill will reestablish a commission to study revenue alternatives to the road toll for the funding of improvements to the state's highways and bridges and the resulting improvements. The rise of electric vehicles and the increase in remote work has reduced the amount of gasoline purchased in New Hampshire. The road toll or gas tax is an important source of funding for the highway fund. While I may always be reluctant to propose new or higher taxes on our New Hampshire families, we should be looking at the long-term reliability of our current revenue streams. I have no objection to reestablishing the study committee. I do have a floor amendment that I would like to introduce so that the Senate may consider it. I humbly ask that the Senate considers my floor amendment and that we can support the Transportation Committee's motion of ought to pass for House Bill 412. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. I recognize Senator Ricciardi for introduction of a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment 1694 to House Bill 412.
The chair rules, before you go further, that the floor amendment 1694 is non-germane to the bill. So I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate suspend Senate Rule 317 to allow consideration of the non-germane amendment.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on suspension of the Senate Rule 317 to allow introduction of the non-germane amendment. Is everybody clear? This is a 2/3 required vote. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. Aye. All opposed to suspending the rules, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes clearly have it, needing only 1/3 to not allow suspension of the rules. So the chair rules that the rules are not suspended. Senator Ricciardi, you're not able to introduce a non-germane amendment. So we are now on second reading of the bill. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 412. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 412 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 607 FN, an act relative to the regulation of games of chance. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 607 ought to pass with amendment. This bill contains similar components to Senate Bill 120, including raising bet limits, licensing changes, and rules requested by the lottery. One item of the bill was not in Senate Bill 120, was the moratorium on historic horse racing. However, that moratorium is in Senate Bill 151, which is both bills, which has passed the House and the Senate. Since all components of the bill were addressed in other legislation already passed, the committee amendment is a replace-all amendment designed to address an issue that did not come up until after Senate Bill 120 was passed, and that is the rake. The rake is the take that comes off the top. Under current law, it's 20%. When we increased the bet limit to $50 and a pot buy-in to $2,500, we significantly increased the rake. For example, without this amendment, a $2,500 pot would have a $500 rake, meaning that the most a gambler could win is $2,000 of the $2,500 buy-in. The rest comes out for the operator or charity. The amendment is a compromise with members of the industry to set a max cap of the rake at $250 or 20%, whichever is less, which will give the gambler a chance to make more money. The unanimous vote of the Ways and Committee asks for your support in this ought to pass motion with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 607. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. And House Bill 607 is ordered to third reading. And here we are. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We're now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator D'Alessandro.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent. I'll be very brief. Mr. President, I got a call this morning before I was picked up to come here that a 20-year-old kid in my neighborhood died of drug overdose. The kid was the son of a young girl who was my babysitter. She was a babysitter at our house for a long period of time. I just wanted to point out two things to people, that the drug problem is pervasive. It is pervasive in all of our communities. And it strikes home when it's a neighbor, a friend. It's devastating. But it's happening all around the country. And we're doing our best to prevent it. I think that, as somebody said, I'm sick of prayer and good works. I can pray for the rest of my life, and lives aren't going to be restored. People aren't going to be killed. We've got to do something about this. It is so important. And I can tell you this, right now, we're doing pretty well in law enforcement in Manchester. Got a full complement of troops and so forth. But at the state level, we're down 70 troopers. 70 troopers. It is inconceivable to me that this kind of a situation can remain in place. Our roads aren't being patrolled. You know what's happening in our communities. And just wanted to point these things out to people because we're all concerned about it. We're all concerned about it. But we got to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Altschiller, announcement, personal privilege.
Unanimous consent, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Since we all met here last week, families in Farmington, New Mexico, Anderson, Indiana, Yuma, Arizona, and 4 families here in Manchester, New Hampshire have suffered from gun violence, where there have been 14 mass shootings since this Senate met last week, and bringing us to over 200 in America. And it is my sincere hope that this body can find the harmony we celebrated here today and come together and do some good work in preventing gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. And unanimous consent, please. Speaking of harmony, this Sunday we're going to be singing in Manchester, and we're going to be raising funds to help kids own some instruments, and we're going to be singing and having a great time. And I'm just grateful for all the people that have contributed to that event. And if you want to come hear the singing senator, there's your opportunity. It'll be at the Rec Center, and it's for a good cause. And we just hope to see some faces. We'll recognize you if you come. But with that, I just want to thank everybody who's helped out with this event. Thank you.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent. Next week is the National Emergency Medical Services Week recognition, and I'd just like to ask you all in joining me and celebrating the work of the EMS professionals in each of our districts, community by community. There are over 5,000 EMS professionals that are working in both career and volunteer settings in the state of New Hampshire, 365 days a year, 24/7, without question, answering close to 250,000 calls for assistance now. The number has grown significantly since I worked at the Department of Safety. I think it's really important. It's important every day to thank the members of your community for the work they do, especially in such a frontline profession. But we all know, and especially if you've been watching the news in New Hampshire, our EMS system is in jeopardy and is struggling right now. So let's take the time next week to thank your local EMS professionals, and remember that we here are going to have opportunities to strengthen the system and support the work that they do. And before I end, I just want to make a comment that I appreciate that Senator Avard is our singing senator. I hope I can join you this weekend, and if I can't, I'm fully prepared to support the work that you do. And I just want you to know, he is the #1 singing senator, but I'm coming up right behind with him. So we're going to be doing a duet soon.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Any further personal privilege announcements? Okay, a couple of things. I did get a little exuberant the last time I banged the gavel, but we're out of here at 2:35, so I apologize for my exuberance. Every FN bill got action was taken on it. We dealt with them today. So we will not have session next week. We'll be in session the following week. And I believe that's June 1st. June 1st. We're getting there. The Finance Committee is working hard, and I urge all of the members to talk to any of your members on finance about the budget. We're going to be meeting tomorrow and most of next week, but we won't have session next Wednesday. Another announcement, I did get correspondence from someone about driving with a little bit too much speed. So I'd advise obeying the speed limit, please. We weren't able to determine who that might have been, but at any rate, I did get that correspondence. And you're innocent. I think Senator Gannon's innocent. If I could have a brief caucus with my side of the aisle on the third floor, it will be brief. Remember to try to be out of the State House no later than 4, okay? Third floor for our side of the aisle. And with that, I recognize Senator Carson. Oh, I'm sorry. I always forget this. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 217. Seeing no further business, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess.